This is a mic check, 1, 2.
All right, good morning and welcome to the City Council meeting and the last meeting before Christmas, Tuesday, November 12th. We'll start off the right way, we'll say December 12th. And we'll start off with a roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Councillor Carlson? Oh, I don't think he's online. He's not here today. Councillor Croson?
Here. There's no special meetings getting called.
I heard that. I'm putting it in the minutes. Councillor Dodick?
Present.
Councillor Palladino?
Present.
Councillor Parker? Here. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel? Here. Acting Mayor Middleton Hope?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Campbell?
Present.
And Mayor Hagan?
Present.
So all present except for Councillor Carlson. Thank you.
All right, I'll ask for a motion to go in closed. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, all in favor? And we are in closed, thank you. Good afternoon, and welcome to City Council meeting for Tuesday, December 12th. If we can first start with a roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Councillor Carlson, I don't believe he's present today. Councillor Croson,
Present.
Councillor Dodick,
Present.
Councillor Palladino,
Here.
Councillor Parker.
Here.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel,
Here.
Acting Mayor Middleton Hope,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Campbell,
Presence.
and Mayor Hagan.
Present.
Thank you, all present except for Councillor Carlson.
All right, and we'll move on to recognition, starting with my far right, Councillor Middleton Hope.
I've forgotten.
You forgot them? Can I come back to you? In
Oh,
case
sure.
you remember?
Yeah.
All right, Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I just want to give a shout out to the public. I know there are so many calls at this time of year for donations to the toy drives and the food drives and sock drives and everything. And the groups I'm talking to, people are stepping up. There's incredible donations happening right now, and that wouldn't be happening without this amazing community. So just a thanks to all those who can and have been donating. It's wonderful to see how many people are stepping up to help across the community.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Croson. Councillor Palladino.
I have nothing, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Councillor Parker.
Well, since the rest of my colleagues don't want to wish anyone a Merry Christmas, I want to wish, I'm just joking. I want to wish, first of all, the community a Merry Christmas, a Happy Hanukkah, and all the other festivities through this Christmas season. I also want to thank the faith community for putting on the Mayor's Prayer Breakfast. It's the 19th annual Mayor's Prayer Breakfast, occurred just over a week ago, and it was an opportunity for the faith community to recognize the work of all levels of government, and I think I speak on behalf of the whole community when I say thank you for what you do for our community, for the people that are in need or in care. So I just want to say thank you, and I thank you to my colleagues that could make it, and I know you would say you greatly appreciate it too. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dodick.
Thank you. Thank you. Last week, my 97-year-old mother took a tumble at her home and required the services of Lethbridge EMS. She's doing fine. She's at home now. I just want to say that the three gentlemen that showed up from Lethbridge EMS were kind, efficient, and competent, and they couldn't have been the nicest folks that could attend to my mother, who has English as a very second language, but they were great. The care that was given to her and the efficiency, as I said, the competency. So thank you, Fire EMS, and for that matter, to all protective services in the city of Lethbridge. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just in the spirit of people that are giving this Christmas, I shout out to the 23 Days of Christmas campaign, which is underway. This is their 15th year that they've been doing this, and it supports Meals on Wheels. There's expected to raise over $350,000 by the end of this term, and I know that they're virtually sold out. They always have an honorary chef every day to provide meals, and so tremendous support from the community. And you're also invited to purchase $25 gift cards from Cuppers or Italian Tables, and that money also goes to the Meals on Wheels program. Also, over the last week or so, I was really fortunate to witness some great Christmas music by some wonderful musicians and singers. A shout out to the Sing for Joy Choir, the Encanto Singers, the Bridge Brass Quintet, Windy City Accordions, the Gold and Silver Community Bands, and it's just, the music was so wonderful, and it was so heartwarming to see these people who do it for the love of music, and that really comes across when you see one of these concerts. And shout out to Mayor Higgin, who conducted himself very well at the Gold Band concert. Really, really, really well. Also, of course, Councillor Carlson is not here because he's in the middle of rehearsing for the upcoming New West Theatre presentation of Elf, which opens on Thursday. It's going to be a wonderful occasion. Thanks.
There we are. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. And yes, thank you to the organizers and members of our faith community who hosted the annual Mayor's Prayer Breakfast on December 2nd. It was a wonderful event to attend, and we were certainly excited to receive the mugs with our portraits on them. So that was a lovely parting gift from them. Thank you very much. Thank you to the Lethbridge College Board of Governors for hosting its holiday reception on December 5th, and congratulations to President Brad Donaldson, who received a Blackfoot name at that event. It was certainly an honor to be in attendance for that. Thank you to IAAF Local 237 Lethbridge firefighters for taking the time out to meet with members of council last week. We always appreciate hearing from our first responders and how they're working hard to keep our city safe. Thank you to our first responders to all the work that they do. And just a reminder that the Southern Alberta Ethnic Association has 2 events on this weekend. On Friday night, I'll be there to help host the annual Holiday Traditions Around the World event. Stop by for a visit with Santa, meet his helpers at the outdoor petting zoo, enjoy cultural food vendors and performances, as well as balloon creations and children's entertainment. And on Sunday afternoon, Southern Alberta Ethnic Association will be hosting the 25th Annual Community Christmas Dinner. It is a free Christmas meal for any community members who may be in need of extra support during the holiday season. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Wow, many great things going on and throughout our community. Most of them have been touched on, but I did want to mention something. Councillor Campbell has, or Deputy Mayor Campbell, as MC work has come through again in a magnificent way at the Christmas concert at Southminster. Although he called me up unbeknownst to do some chorister work, I was a little bit surprised. However, thank you very much, Councillor Campbell, for the work you do in our community, and it was great to see a lot of smiling faces. It's to me the mayor's concert there was. It's really a kickoff to Christmas. I know we keep saying there's kickoffs in many different ways, but it was incredible listening to all of that, the bands and et cetera that evening. It was beautiful. So the other one I want to touch on is last night I had this opportunity of hopping on the CPKC, and I got to get this correct because I made it wrong in my announcement a few times, but CPKC holiday train that came through our community and helped raise awareness for the food banks within our community and local communities. And so, big shout out to them. They come through yearly or at least every second year, depending on their routes. But the donation, you might not think it makes a difference, but that train has helped raise awareness of more than $22.5 million and more than 5 million pounds of food across North America. So it's quite the event, and I was happy. I've got a check off the bucket list. I was able to travel across the Trestle Bridge, which is something that's always been on my bucket list, and able to stop and with that holiday train. So it was quite an experience to have. And the music that was there were thousands of people out to see this holiday train. So everyone's in that spirit of Christmas, and it's really great to be able to see that. Next to that, again, just thanks for all the donations, those that are out there that are helping those in need. Those we've heard time and time again. Those that are standing in line at the food banks many of them were donating last year or 2 years ago. So it's important to if you're able to donate to these causes within our community. And with that, we'll move on to the consent agenda, or the adoption of the agenda first from Acting Mayor Middleton Hope. Be it resolved that the agenda of the regular meeting of City Council on December 12th, 2023 be adopted as presented. The City Clerk, are there any amendments?
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I have quite a few updates to this agenda. Item 14.4, it's a closed report, and it is strategic land banking verbal that's postponed to the January 23rd meeting of Council. Item 14.6, boards, commissions, and committee matter, verbal, another closed report, that's postponed to the January 23rd meeting of Council. Item 14.3, closed report, process matter. That item, the reports will be released, and they're going to be released as Section 11 for administrative inquiries, 3 from Councillor Schmidt-Rempel and 1 from Councillor Crowson. So that will be republished in the agenda later today when we take a break. And also, we are adding 14.11, council procedural matter verbal. And finally, we are bringing forward item 14.7 and 14.8, feasibility of repurposing pavilions verbal, and Lethbridge and District Exhibition Project Update, bringing forward to be right after 5.1 in our agenda.
All right, and this will be compiled in the agenda on the next break, if we just take a break? Okay.
I'm going to look at Ryan. Next break?
That's a
the
target. All right. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Rasmussen. I mean, many different changes, so appreciate if you need a little more time, definitely let us know. Many additions and amendments to the agenda. So with that, Councilor Midland Hope.
Thank you, and thank you for all those changes, Madam Clerk, and I'll call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Next on the consent agenda from Deputy Mayor Campbell, be it resolved that the minutes of the following meeting of City Council be approved and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign the same City Council meeting from November 28th, 2023, and further be resolved that City Council receive for information status of directed resolutions for December 12th, 2023, and further be resolved that City Council approve the recommendations contained within the following Standing Policy Committee reports. 4.3.1 Standing Resolution Annual Update, creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. Be it resolved the City Council rescind the below annual standing resolution from official business resolution 6.2, creating a diverse and inclusive workforce for the City of Lethbridge, adopted March 9th, 2021. City Manager report annually on efforts and achievements related to creating a workforce that reflects the community, and direct administration to continue efforts in building and operational yeah, that word, the IDEA, Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Accessibility Corporate Plan. Can you try again? All right. 4.3.2 Sponsorship, Naming Rights, Advertising CC70 Policy Updates. Be it resolved that City Council approve amendments to Policy CC70, Sponsorship, Naming Rights, and Advertising as presented in Attachment 2. 4.3.3 Requesting approval to amendments to Council Policy CC26, Community Capital Grants, Project Grants. Be it resolved the City Council approve amendments to Policy CC26, Community Capital Project Grant as presented in Attachment 2, with the amendment to the summary document to reflect the annual reports will be presented to City Council in an appropriate manner. 4.3.4, 14.1.0 City of Lethbridge Advocacy Plans, the FOIP Sections 21 and 24. Be it resolved that City Council adopt the attached confidential City of Lethbridge Advocacy Plans as provided in confidential attachments 1 through 3. And further be resolved, the City Council direct that the confidential presentation with respect to the City of Lethbridge advocacy plans remain confidential pursuant to Section 21, Harmful Intergovernmental Relations, and 24, Advice from Officials of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. Further be resolved that City Council provide first reading to Bylaw 6430, Downtown Business Improvement Area Tax Bylaw. And with that, Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I look to my colleagues to see if there are any questions or if there's any of these resolutions that they want to pull from the consent agenda.
I see none. Oh, yes. Councilor Schmidt-Rupp.
Not to pull anything, but I did notice that the city council minutes of November 28th, 2023 were repeated twice in the consent agenda, so just something to maybe look at and correct, please.
All right. With that,
I'll call for the vote.
question's been called. All in favor? And that passes. Thank you. All right, next we have Mr. Hillier, Director of Community and Council Relations, regarding terms of reference for Downtown Lawlessness Reduction Task Force. Mr. Hillier, where is he at? He's over there. Of course, he's always been over there. Mr. Hillier.
Good afternoon, members of City Council. I am here today to provide an update on the work done to create the Downtown Lawlessness Reduction Task Force. Next slide, please. Up on the screen here, you'll see the official business motion from the October 17th council meeting. It instructed administration to work with the downtown BRZ to create a cross-functional task force on lawlessness. Next slide. There were some very tight timelines for us to get back to you today, and the work on the task force started quickly after the OBM's passing. We held a meeting the week of October 23rd to determine stakeholders and held a facilitated workshop on November the 8th. That workshop featured members of the Downtown BRZ, City Council, LPS, as well as City Administration, which included Fire and EMS, Community and Social Development, Regulatory Services, Opportunity Lethbridge, and Corporate Communications. Next slide. The recommendations from that working group are presented on the screen here. It is important to note that as this task force is recommended to be formed under the Safety and Social SPC, that representatives from City Council and the Downtown BRZ will sit on the committee with LPS and city administrative resources there in a supporting role. And with all that being said, very quickly, I'm here to answer any questions you would have.
Thank you very much. Short but sweet, yet it was in our package, so thank you very much for that, Mr. Hillier. And thank you for the work that you have done. I know this has been moving very, very fast, this task force, and it's due in part to your hard work and your team's hard work in getting behind this and scheduling meetings as quickly as we can to get these issues that we are feeling dealt with. So thank you very much for all of your hard work. Are there any questions? Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Mr. Hillier, or whomever can answer this, we have the Heart of Our City Advisory Committee, right? We actually have a downtown committee. Was there an oversight? Why do we not see members of Heart of Our City on this?
Thank you for the question. Through the stakeholder sessions that I identified that happened through that week in October, we had brainstormed a number of potential groups to be involved with this, recognizing the operational nature of this, the individuals that we had landed on were the ones that we had chosen to invite, and I would welcome others to provide comment on that if they'd like.
Acting Mayor Middleton-Hope.
And thanks for the question, colleague. The purpose of a cross-functional team is to create a core group of agencies that are going to work together to identify. We look at fire and EMS, we look at regulatory services. These are all the groups that are actually tasked with the responsibility of managing those problems. So there are lots of problems that have been identified, and as we work through this process, I'm sure that we will identify additional problems that we haven't contemplated, and that's where they will come in.
Okay. Still don't accept that as an answer, but thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Hillier, why is this not an administrative committee? Why is this going as a subcommittee of one of our SPCs?
Yes, thank you for the question. With the working group, we did bring forward 3 potential reporting structures for this. One being the one here today as recommended, which was the preferred model of the working group. The other 2 that we did discuss were it being an administrative committee. The third one being that it be actually a committee under the BRZ. So we did, with the working group, look at the 3 potential reporting structures. The preference of the working group was to see this as a council committee, again, to give it a little bit more transparency, visibility, to see it elevated and actioned.
Okay. Being that you've suggested become a council committee, and I know we've just changed the procedure bylaw, so the city clerk can correct me on this, but I believe all council committees must go through the governance subcommittee to be approved and brought forward as recommendation for council. So would it not be simpler to look at one of those other options? Because this is going out of process right now.
I don't know if the clerk has any comments on process.
Yes, all committees that are established usually would go through governance, but this was an OBM directed by council to come back to council, so I guess that's why it's here now.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Yeah, just added, it was more of an OBM, not an external group. It actually came into council. Anybody else in the queue? Oh, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. I don't know why I'm not coming up on my list here, but go ahead.
Thank you very much. And this to Mr. Hillier or the mover. I see that the committee is set to expire on December 31st, 2024. I question that, wouldn't you want an opportunity to reevaluate that for renewal? And include that in there so that instead of having that set end date, reevaluate it for renewal at that time?
I think, again, if that would be the desire, it definitely could be. As it is a task force, again, typically a committee of said structure usually has a finite start and end date. We did pick the duration of 2024, recognizing that as it heads into 2025, it enters the election cycle for city council, but it definitely could continue on past that particular date there.
Okay, then I would suggest that to Acting Mayor Middleton Hope that he maybe consider that in his motion and changing it from expiring to examination or evaluate for renewal. The other question I have is what metrics will this group be reporting on and how often? It would be good to see set reporting dates back to our social and our safety and social SPC, since this is a key and prominent issue in our community. Do we have set dates? What metrics are we measuring? I didn't see that in the terms of reference, and that would be good to have as well.
Yeah, I think to answer the question there, one of the benefits of it being under the SPC was that it would have that reporting structure up through the Safety and Social SPC through to Council. The intention behind the task force here is to be action-oriented and to be meeting on a frequent basis. So again, similar to the Safety and Social meeting monthly, this committee, it is their goal to have that frequency as well. So you would see that that reporting coming up through there.
So this would be a standing monthly item on the Safety and Social Standing Policy Committee agenda?
I think it could be.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So yeah, if we could make this a standing item on that agenda so that we are regularly getting those updates, just because it is such a key and prominent issue in our community. And then finally, how is success going to be measured?
I don't know.
There we go, thank you. Good question. The reality of success will be reduction in the observable lawlessness that we are experiencing in our community. As we develop analytical tools to conduct a comprehensive evaluation of the problems, we will also develop comprehensive matrix that we can apply to the research that we conduct and to the actions that we take to determine the level of success.
And then that'll be regularly reported on during those SPCs.
It will be, yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
And as a member of the SPC, you can certainly request that that comes forward on a regular basis. Yeah.
I've got a note.
Okay.
Excellent. Do I see anybody else that's interested in speaking? Seeing none, all right, I'll read the resolution. It is terms of reference for Downtown Lawlessness Reduction Task Force. 5.1, be it resolved the City Council approve the Downtown Lawlessness Reduction Task Force terms of reference. And number 2, create the task force as a subcommittee reporting through the Safety and Social Standing Policy Committee. And number 3, appoint Mayor Blaine Higgin and Acting Mayor John Middleton Hope as council representatives on the Downtown Lawlessness Reduction Task Force. And number 4, establish the Downtown Lawlessness Reduction Task Force for a duration of 2024 with it expiring, and I think we're changing that, correct? With it being reviewed as a friendly, is that correct? Being reviewed on prior to December 31st, 2024. Is that okay for a friendly? Yeah. With that, there's no further questions. I open up to debate. Acting Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. So opening and closing will be certainly, this task force came about because of conversations with the Business Revitalization Zone. Both the BRZ and the city recognize the importance of collaboration to impact problems with lawlessness that we are experiencing in our downtown core. The importance of this task force cannot be underscored sufficiently. Our citizens have demanded action to deal with lawlessness, and this cross-functional team will do just that. It is stacked with our best resources to analyze and address the challenges that we face. Big city problems which take big city solutions. The resources we are able to draw on here will make a difference. The model we have designed is the right model to effectively take back our city. I encourage my colleagues to support this initiative with enthusiasm and hope. This is what leadership looks like.
All right. Who else is in the queue? Next, sorry. Can't see. Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to thank Acting Mayor for putting this together. I know he sat down with me a while back, and I think you were talking at some mayors and reeves meetings or something, saying that other communities are going through this, and they're really watching what we're doing in Lethbridge. And I really believe like this is like a brainchild. This is something of yourself that, with your experience and all, I appreciate bringing this forward. And thank you for stepping forward. And I know there'll be some debate in regards to who sits on this committee, but it can always change over time. It can evolve. But this is a great start. And I'm glad that the Downtown BRZ are buying into this and believing in it as well. And I want to thank yourself for your leadership, for putting this together. And I want to thank I think, Mr. Mayor, you're also going to be sitting on this. So I'm looking forward to hearing back how the successes of it. And I'm optimistic that it will be a success. So thank you for what you guys have done.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. I will not be supporting this. I see the same concerns on the issues as everyone else does. I know what the BRZ and the downtown are dealing with, but the communities that I see actually solving these issues actually focus on the real issues. Houston, for example, has seen a 60% reduction in homelessness. They use data-driven policies. They funded actually working in the area of building houses and dealing with homelessness, and they have seen a resultant decrease in all the things we're talking about. This is going to maybe solve some short-term problems, but it'll simply move the problem around as other things have done. And I'd like to see our focus on actually solving the problems. So I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the mover for this, as well as those present from the Downtown BRZ in our audience for helping put this together. I will support this motion because it is something that was requested by our Downtown BRZ, and it's something that they are going to be participating in and offering leadership on. I look forward to the reports that will be coming back to our Safety and Social SPC and seeing how those might help us move forward. Thank you.
All right, I see no further. I want to just offer, obviously, my support for this. I know that it's in its infancy. There's going to be many different things that we tackle as we go down this path. However, one common thing I heard, and any of the times that we have met, is we don't want to get stuck in the weeds and be caught up with paperwork, and then nothing ends up getting done. So we want this to really truly be a task force. It's driven by the desire to make sure that this is dealt with in a quick manner, and that we don't get caught up with bureaucracy. And so I thank very much Acting Mayor Middleton Hope, and again Mr. Hillier for all the work with this, but also to those members on the task force. Some of these meetings have been coming together pretty quickly, and any call that's gone out has had those members that obviously want to see a change as well come and show up to these meetings. And so thank you very much to all of those. And I know that if we keep working the way that we are with this, we'll get through these issues that we're facing. And so thank you very much, and I'll pass it back to Acting Mayor.
Seeing no further debate, I'll call a question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Opposed? All right. 7-1.
you remember the old court models? Did we ever have those in Alberta?
All right, through the city manager or his designate, coming out from closed, we had spoke about feasibility of repurposing pavilions. And I'm just wondering if Mr. Elliott, if you have a Reader's Digest version on that. And I know it's not a presentation, but if there's anything you want to share regarding the feasibility and repurposing of the old pavilions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Higgin, and good afternoon, members of council. I can share a summary of the summary for you and then be happy to take any questions that I might be able to answer. So as council and the public would remember, in May of this year, a resolution was passed to look at repurposing the existing pavilions at the exhibition grounds. Coming from that, OBM was direction to do an assessment, both a functional assessment for potential use of those facilities, and first and foremost, a building condition assessment, which would allow an overall review of the state of the buildings as they are. So an assessment was completed on the main, north, south, west pavilions, as well as Heritage Hall and the Safety City buildings. And again, I'm happy to take questions. What I will say is that the initial findings of this complex report suggests that the structures and foundations of these buildings are generally sound, but the buildings would need approximately $1.6 million worth of replacements to replace essential components in the next 5 years to address maintenance deficits and age-related needs. The initial findings in the report go on to state that an additional $6.4 million of investment would be required for less critical needs, including parking lot resurfacing and lighting, as well as replacement of flooring and plumbing fixtures. Over the next 6 to 25 years, it was identified that up to $30 million may be required to invest into those buildings to maintain a suitable standard. This does not include any cost to repurpose these old facilities. I'll pause there and just suggest that the next steps include further analysis of the December 7th report that we just received. These are complex technical reports that will require more time to go through in detail. That combined with the functional study that is underway as we speak will form important information for administration and council to base further decisions on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elliott. Appreciate that. And I guess the question I would have, City Manager or yourself, Mr. Elliott, how long has it been since we've done this review? And I think is it 14 years? I thought we would.
Thank you for the question, Mayor Higgin. The last review of this type, of this condition assessment review, was done 14 years ago.
Done 14 years ago. So we didn't know what the condition of these buildings were as of 14 years ago till we've just done this review here now. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you. And now this is something, this information sheet, Madam City Clerk, will be added into the public agenda?
Yes, it will.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? I see no further questions. I have a resolution here from Councillor Parker, closed meeting feasibility of repurposing pavilions, 14.7. Be resolved that council authorize the release of the report provided in the closed meeting today and which we have seen as well here now. Further be resolved that City Council directed the closed meeting discussion with respect to the feasibility of repurposing pavilions, verbal remain confidential pursuant to Section 23, local public body confidences, 24, advice from officials, and 25, harmful to economic and other interests of a public body of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And first of all, thank you, Mr. Elliott, and your team for getting this to us in a timely manner. I know I brought the resolution back in May, and of course, this is preliminary. This isn't the final report. This will give you an opportunity over the weeks to come, as it's stated in your presentation, to do a deeper analysis of actual costs. And also, we have to do that in conjunction with our recreational department as well, in regards to if things were to, what would be the true cost at the end if we want something different there. So at the end of the day, there's a lot of moving parts here, but this is the first step, and I want to thank you, and I'd ask for council to accept this report. Thank you.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you.
That's 6-0, 7-0. John's just not here. Yeah, okay, all right. Yeah, we'll deal with the next. Oh, no recess. Yeah. Where's John?
All right. Next, I know that there's many questions out there regarding a resolution from 2 weeks ago. Now, in that resolution, I want to have an explanation done on that. There were some requests on for this resolution to move forward, and that were not met. And this was as of last night at midnight. And so I would like, if possible, Mr. City Manager or the mover, actually, of the resolution from a couple weeks ago to speak to where we are at today, just for a community update, because this will be a question that many have had. So, Councillor Dodick?
Yes, thank you very much. Just by way of refreshing everyone, there was in summary form, an ask by the Lethbridge and District Exhibition at the last council meeting. To sum it up, it basically was just under $2.1 million in a capital grant, just under $4.7 million in terms of debt deferral over 4 years. So that would be 8 payments that had to be paid on a loan, a 30-year loan, and the third main component was that the immediate takeover of the old pavilions. So that was the ask of the Lethbridge and District Exhibition. The resolution that was passed, it was voted on but in the result, all aspects of it passed. But so everything was contingent on the province providing formal commitment of certain funds by December 11, 2023. So as of midnight, December 11, 2023, we have received no commitment from the province, and that resolution was conditional on that. But the resolution, in summary, was that a capital grant of half the amount requested by the Lethbridge and District Exhibition would be provided by the city, conditional on the province providing an equal amount. And upon the confirmation of the Government of Alberta providing that financial commitment, again, there would be a deferral of 2 of the loan payments, and thirdly, interim operational funding up to $500,000 to maintain the old pavilions. So they had requested that the city take over the old pavilions, whereas the conditional resolution provided certain funds to be available. Again, conditional upon the province. And the other major aspect of it was that there would be an independent third-party review to evaluate and provide recommendations on a go-forward basis. So the sum and substance is that the province did not come up with the money or the commitment as of midnight last night. That resolution is dead.
Thank you. Thank you for the explanation to that, as I know it's something, generally we would not do this, but I know there's been many questions of the community. What is happening if this, if the province does not come forward with that? It is, that resolution is dead. Doesn't mean that a resolution cannot come from that, and I think we do have one that may be coming forward, and I will, Councillor Campbell, or Deputy Mayor Campbell?
Just, if I can ask, just has there been any indication at all from the provincial government as to yes or no, or has it just been absolutely nothing that anybody has heard?
No, I have, and I have been in touch with Minister Neudorf, and I did have that opportunity to travel to Edmonton last week and met with 4 ministers on that travel, and they are working, it says, on this, and they feel that, you know, something could come from this. However, there's no commitment or no letter committed that they are working hard to try to make this work, the exhibition park, and make it, of course, something we all want to be successful.
Okay, I'm sure I'll have other questions, but I'll allow the next resolution to come forward first.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if I could weigh into that as well. So late Friday, I spoke to provincial administration, and it was just a general conversation, absolutely no indication of any direction or decision, and I offered that I could talk anytime throughout the weekend and beyond, and I have not heard anything since.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel?
So as a result,
Sorry, I'll just add in here.
Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson is now online. Thank you very much. I know you are swamped with your oh, there he is. There he is. All right. With preparing for ELF, and you're looking chipper, are you? All right. So thank you very much for being here. I know you do have a question. Is your question on this, or is this to follow up for a resolution? Okay.
This is just,
Councillor Carlson. Yeah, go ahead.
sorry, if I may, Mr. Mayor, and thank you all again for allowing me to be absent for most of this. I wasn't here for the approval of the agenda, so I didn't see the exhibition on our agenda, at least the copy I looked at, so I'm just not sure where we're at.
It was a resolution that came forward from closed and brought forward here to council.
Okay, sorry, so we're just dealing with an in-camera item that is coming forward to open session.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, that helps me.
And then also we did have an update from Councillor Dodick just to for public to know, because there's been questions, what happens if this resolution does fail? So that was just a question that we had just went through.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
thank you very much. And I do have a resolution that I would like to bring forward out of the closed session. I'm not sure. Let's put it up for how it is right now, because I know that there are some members of council that have questions. And Mr. Mayor, I do see that we have representatives from Exhibition Park in attendance today, and I'm wondering if we could have them answer any questions that members of council might have.
Absolutely. I think that's would be great. I will read the resolution here that is up on the screen. Whereas the Lethbridge District Exhibition has a shortfall with respect to the Agri-Food Hub and Trade Center project in both capital operating costs, such that they are unable to continue operations in the near term. Therefore, be resolved, the City Council conditional on the Lethbridge District Exhibition agreeing to a city-led independent third-party review to obtain the information necessary to evaluate and provide recommendations on the strategic, financial, and operational planning of the Lethbridge District Exhibition to support their ongoing success. Council direct administration to work with Exhibition Park to continue to seek out and secure provincial and alternate sources of funding. And number two, provide interim funding up to $300,000 for maintaining old pavilions, with one-time funding coming from the Municipal Revenue Stabilization Reserve. Lethbridge District Exhibition will submit claims for the eligible expenditures from the old pavilions, with funding be provided subject to the execution of the contribution agreement in a form satisfactory to the city manager. Ongoing required funding will be determined upon completion of the emergent capital completion of the analysis of the indoor recreation opportunities feasibility assessment. Any significant emergent capital expenditures required from the old pavilions will require approval from City Council, and provide a capital grant of $2,081,093 to cover the capital shortfall from funding held in reserve as matching funds for the future projects from the 2022 to 2031 capital improvement program adopted at the June 1st, 2021 meeting of Council. Lethbridge District Exhibition will submit claims for the eligible expenditures for the Agri-Food Hub and Trade Center project, with funding being provided subject to the amendment of the Agri-Food Hub and Trade Center project grant agreement in a form satisfactory to the city manager. And number four, defer the Lethbridge District Exhibition semi-annual loan payment of $583,916.59 for the period of December 15th, 2023 and ending June 15th, 2024, and by adding two payments, December 15th, 2052 and June 15th, 2053, plus accrued interest based on the city's average 10-year investment portfolio yield at the time of deferral to the development loan agreement between the City of Lethbridge and the Lethbridge District Exhibition with the interim funding of $1,167,833.18, two payments of $583,916.59 from the MRSR. Execute amendments to the development loan agreement to reflect the amended schedule of loan payments. And number 6, authorize the city manager to retain and work with an independent third party to obtain the information necessary to evaluate and provide recommendations on the strategic and operational planning, as well as the financial decision-making of the Lethbridge District Exhibition to support their ongoing success. The review will also provide an economic feasibility assessment of the exhibition to determine its short-term 2024, midterm 2025 to 27, and long-term 2028 to 2034. This will include comparator business models that are similar to the Lethbridge District Exhibition and scenario analysis for the future state of the Lethbridge District Exhibition, analyzing a range of existing operating initiatives as well as possible future opportunities and models. The selection of a consultant will be jointly considered by City of Lethbridge and District Exhibition Administration. Funding of up to $300,000 be funded from the existing 23 to 26 operating budget in accordance with Financial Services Policy FS1 as per the delegation of the City Manager in Bylaw 6099. The City Manager Bylaw Administration to report on the status of the third-party review with regular updates to Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee. And further be resolved, the City Council directed the closed meeting discussions with respect to the Lethbridge and District Exhibition Project update, verbal, remain confidential pursuant to Section 16, harmful to business interests of a third party, 21, harmful to intergovernmental relations, and 23, local public body confidences. Okay. Advice from officials, and 25, harmful to economic and other interests of a public body of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act. So, with that, it's my understanding, Mr. City Manager, you needed to recess for a few moments? That's correct. Okay, we will take a quick recess for a few minutes. I will ask for a motion to go to closed. We just have some communication that's coming. So by Councilor Schmidt-Rempel, all in favor? All right. Sorry, we'll be back shortly, but this is, we'll be moving to close. Did you want to close, recess upstairs, and then the gallery doesn't have to leave? we had broke for closed here as we received a communication from the province regarding what we were just chatting about here today, and it did confirm that they are not they are declined to provide those dollars. So with that, obviously it opens up many questions, and I think from my colleagues, if I could get the response from them as it's coming in all the time. And we will be able to share this letter publicly. We just wanted to make sure that it was okay with the province to be able to share this letter. So if we could, Madam City Clerk, if we could get that put up on the screen. And while it's getting put up there, I'll just read off what it is. Dear Right Worshipful Mayor Higgin, that's one I have not heard before. That's, yeah. On behalf of the Government of Alberta, thank you for your letter to the Honourable Nate Horner, Minister of Finance, related to the request for emergency financial support to maintain the Agri-Food Hub and Trade Centre Agri-Food Hub. I appreciated meeting with you last week in the Lethbridge and District Exhibition to further discuss City Council's resolutions. The Government of Alberta, the province's decision to invest in the Agri-Food Hub was part of the province's pandemic response plan. The investment was specifically aimed to stimulate the agriculture and agri-food industry. This is possible through the coordination between the Ministries of Agriculture and Irrigation and Treasury Board and Finance, as well as between the province and the City of Lethbridge. Based on the city resolution on November 28th, the original request for $1,040,546 in matching capital funding by December 11th, 2023 was carefully considered. The ministry also notes the assessment of the city that has a larger financial the assessment by the city that a larger financial shortfall exists that would require further funding to ensure the Agri-Food Hub can continue to operate based on the current business plan. Because the viability of the current business plan is in doubt, the province declines to provide the requested $1,040,546.50 to the city. The province hopes to see the Agri-Food Hub remain as an asset for the agriculture and agri-food community. Therefore, the ministry will seek to work with Lethbridge and District Exhibition and the City of Lethbridge on a comprehensive needs assessment and revised business plan to ensure the success of this vital agricultural asset. And that was from Honourable R.J. Segerson, the Minister of Agriculture and Irrigation. So the questions that came from this that I would have is concern one of the last paragraphs is because the viability of the current project business plan is in doubt. I'm concerned with there, and I guess moving forward, there's some questions that my colleagues and I have regarding some of the financial position currently that the organization is in. So I would open that up to questions, and first, Deputy Mayor.
And if I can ask, can I ask Mr. Workington to come forward? Is that?
And it's up, are you okay to take some questions, Mr. Workington? All right, and anybody else who wants to join you is fine, if you have anyone else that wants to join. Is there any objection here to have, that's fine, all right, thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Workington, and it's tough news today, but I haven't heard the actual answer, and I'd like to hear it if I could. Where are you financially as of right now, and how much further can you go with what you have? Are you able to pay the upcoming next payment and payroll, or where are you at right now?
Excuse me, I apologize. I wasn't necessarily prepared to speak. I've been out the past
Sorry. Yeah, and I know we kind of threw this at you. So
I've been out the past couple days with the flu, so if I lose my voice, I apologize for that. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. To that question, we did I did reach out to the province yesterday. I also reached out to Mr. Matthews yesterday just to see if any headway had been made. I received the letter as you saw up on the screen as well while you were at recess. To directly answer your question, we are prepared and are going to make the debt payment by Friday of this week. You will receive that from my office later this week. It puts us in a very dire financial situation going into the new year. We will meet with our board on Thursday to discuss the finite timeline that represents. I do not have that specific timeline today. but it is critical.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? I guess the question I would have, Mr. Workington, is I know it puts it into a financial situation, and I know we're talking about transparency so much. Do you have a dollar amount that is left with Exhibition? Are you prepared to answer that? What do you have? How many dollars do you have? I've heard many different things, at 1.2 million, 2.7 million reserves, 1.6. There's a lot of different numbers. Are you able to share that? And if you're not comfortable to do that, that's fine too. It's just, it really lets us understand, because we're hearing so many different numbers out there, how many dollars are there. And the other thing is every commitment been paid for? All of the trades, I think we heard last time that everybody has been paid. Is that fair to say? Besides your payroll and your monthly ongoing, has everybody been paid, but you had to dip into reserves to do that?
Yeah, I'll do my best to answer that question. I do have that answer. I don't have that answer with me today, so I apologize not being prepared to speak. I did not have that. I'm happy to follow up with yourself and council with that exact dollar figure. What I can say is our cash flow, which is projected out into the new year, which I mentioned to Deputy Mayor Campbell, is critical. Does include the payment of all the trades on the project, the continued payment of our payroll, and that debt payment that I mentioned a minute ago.
Okay, and so up to, and again, it's a question we're getting. So for I guess sake of all transparency, we're not having someone come put liens on the building, et cetera. These have been taken care of through reserves, but now that did put you in financial pressures otherwise. But there's payments again. I don't know if I got this answer. If I miss it, I'm sorry. Everything, your trades, everybody has been paid.
Sorry.
From the construction of the building.
To be clear, not everyone has been paid yet. Everyone is projected to be paid in our remaining cash flow out of our reserves, yes.
Oh, so you do have that?
That is included in our remaining cash that is there. Not all the work is completed, so we have not released all of those funds yet.
Okay, but now, so you do have those dollars, but that would put you even in a tighter position when those are paid?
All that is included in the tight position we're in right now.
Okay, so beyond that, I guess the number that I'd like to know, and I don't know if there's even a rough idea, if everyone is paid and there's the payment, the loan payment here December 15th, you're left with enough still for payroll moving forward?
Yes, for a finite amount of time, and that's where I need to meet with the board before I can release what that date actually is and that true timeline is.
Okay, so what I've heard now is this payment could be made, and we're okay right now for a finite time. However, right now, if no decision is made today, you do have a finite time. This will take you into the new year.
Yeah, and again, I need to be careful with what I say because I haven't, the board hasn't had a chance to meet on all of these things, so please understand that. The challenge becomes on the timeline between whether it's council meetings, our board meetings, et cetera, through the holiday season, that I would say us being okay, as to use your words, Mayor Higgin, is put at a challenge. So we will have a very, very short timeline of having to make some very critical decisions for the future of our organization.
Okay. Do you have further questions? One last one here. The comment that I made there, that was made by the minister, the viability of the current, because the viability of the current business plan is in doubt. Do you believe it is in doubt? The business plan?
I believe that that business plan has had a lot of things change outside of our control, as I've mentioned in previous meetings. I believe that given the opportunity to see all the elements of that business plan through to fruition, there is a successful model there, but it will take some significant time.
Because I'm just seeing if it is in doubt, the province declines to provide it because of that, you could see the situation that council is in when that particular business plan is in doubt. I'll turn the time over to Councillor Palladino.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, Mike. Oh, sorry. I didn't know you were listening. Looking forward, we had a rep in here at our last meeting from the from Build, promoting the Home and Garden Show, which is in April, I believe. Is that in jeopardy? And the second part, are there other events between now and then that are in the pipeline that that will help your coffers?
And so thank you, Councillor Palladino. And if I just so I'm clear, you're specifically talking about the SPC meeting last week.
Correct.
And so, again, having not talked to the board, I want to be careful with where we discuss timelines. All of the rental events are still slated to move forward, and the Home and Garden Show is now a rental event for Lethbridge Industry Exhibition. Build has partnered with a different event group to produce that event, unlike in the past. So I'll start by saying that. One of the key things that will need to be talked about in the coming weeks between, I assume, city administration and ourselves is, in the event that nothing moves forward here today, we need to be prepared for what that conversation looks like between the city and Lethbridge Industry Exhibition to ensure that those events can carry on and still be great community events, regardless of who is potentially managing the building. But I guess to address your question, I would say those events are currently included in our cash flow. But again, having not discussed all the options with the board, I don't want to say where that is. But I do have concerns and a desire to open up discussions about what that looks like between the city and Lethbridge Industry Exhibition.
Okay, thank you.
No one further in the queue. I guess Mr. Workington were you aware that something would come out if we didn't have the funding from the province that we'd be having this discussion? I think probably did, right? Did you know we would have, I mean, we would bring this up because of course the resolution passed, and then of course we didn't receive the dollars from the province. Did you believe there's something would be coming forward today? In hopes that would.
I hope I understand your question, Mayor Higgin. I think what I heard from Councillor Dodick an hour or so ago about the motion that had passed 2 weeks ago from, had the province not come forward with support by yesterday, that motion would die. I understood that, and I understood that to be how that would play out. I was hopeful that there would be further discussion with a potential motion today.
Right.
I won't say I came here expecting and
Okay.
prepared to speak to or assuming that would happen.
Okay, no, thank you very much. So from what I've heard, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong here, this, to cover the responsibilities or whatever until January, it's going to be, you do have a meeting coming up next week.
On Thursday of this week.
Thursday of this week. Is it fair to say that by meeting in January, by you making this payment, if for some reason, and you got the same information that I received, the same letter, if we take this into January, not that decisions are going to change, but it'd be great to be able to hear if anything is, any movement you've got regarding additional funding, because at this moment, unless there's a resolution, if I look around to my colleagues, is there any further resolution that anybody is going to be bringing forward? All right, and seeing none, it's, again, I think you're probably as surprised as we are with just what the communication we've received. And I'm looking online there. I don't know if Councillor Carlson or Councillor Parker, if there's any questions. I don't know if there's any questions from yourselves or not.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm good.
I'm good, Mr. Mayor. Okay.
The questions and answers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, if there's no further questions, there's no more for Mr. Warkentin? All right, no, thank you very much, Mr. Warkentin. And I think I really want to be sure, again, and I've said it numerous times, but I've heard different in the community, that we do want this to be successful. We do. We know that it's of importance in our community. It's here now. It's you can't cry over spilled milk. It's something that we do have, whether we overbuilt, underbuilt, we can't worry about that now. It's a beautiful building. We saw the grand opening, and it's sad that we're at the position that we're in now. And then just as of late, at 2:15 or whatever it was today, even the additional information as far as going with the business plan being in doubt, it does leave some concern, I think, at least to myself, I don't know, to my colleagues as we move forward. So thank you very much for answering the questions. I know, and please, I know that you're not feeling all that well today, and so to be able to come in and answer those and without being prepared, I can thank you for that, as well as I know you have a meeting coming up this week. We look forward to hearing if there's any more information moving forward with this, and thank you very much for coming forward.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin, and I will, coming out of that board meeting, and assuming they're okay with it, I will follow up with your question around the remaining funds.
If you could, that would be great. And I think it's just, what do we have if everything else is paid? What is sitting in here? What's left?
Yep.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, we will recess to our public hearing. Actually, not recess, I guess it's just part of the agenda, so we'll move into the public hearing. All right. Moving to bylaw 6413. I call to order the public hearing for bylaw 6413, land use bylaw amendment regarding 2404 2nd Avenue North. The procedure for the hearing will be, we begin by calling upon Tyson Boylan, Senior Community Planner, to provide background to the case. Anyone else who wishes to speak to this bylaw will then be called upon. We will be asked 3 times if there's anyone else who wishes to make a presentation. City Council will then have the opportunity to ask questions of any of the presenters. The hearing will then be closed. Consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council immediately following the public hearing. So I now call on Tyson Boylan to provide a background to the case. Mr. Boylan.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of Council. This is bylaw 6413. It's a proposed land use bylaw amendment to 2404 2nd Avenue North. Next slide, please. So the slide above describes the applicant and the purpose for today's rezoning from IG to a direct control district. A representative from the applicant is joining us today to give a presentation and to answer questions as well. Next slide, please. Thanks. The proposed amendment area is outlined in green as shown above. It covers a parcel that has been developed for a number of decades. Surrounding the site is general industrial development, including the Norterra vegetable plant directly to the west. The large Alberta Terminals elevators are to the south, as is their rail yard and the CP rail main line. Next slide. So this is a site photo from the ground. The top photo here is looking towards the southeast at the site from the other side of 2nd Avenue North. The Alberta Terminals is in the background on the left-hand side here as well. And next slide. So this slide shows the existing and the proposed land use districts. The site is not part of any ASP or outline plan, as the area around it was developed a number of decades ago. The applicant would like to establish a do-it-yourself craft instruction and production business with a craft market. While they can have the craft instruction and production business under the current zoning, it does not allow for retail sales for the craft market. The applicant would also like to have business industrial type uses such as offices and household repair services as potential future tenants on the parcel, and also to retain the general industrial uses that are currently allowed. As all of this is not allowed under any conventional land use district, a rezoning to a DC district is therefore required today. Next slide, please. So the application was evaluated in terms of different planning documents, including the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, and it complies with the policies that are shown above. In terms of the governing MDP, the proposed amendment is in compliance with its policies and its land uses. An important distinction here is that retail store is proposed under this DC bylaw to accommodate the craft market. The MDP discourages commercial uses in industrial areas, but allows for exceptions in some cases, as is described above. In the opinion of the Development Authority, an exception can be made here as the parcel is surrounded by general, as opposed to heavy industrial development, and retail store tends to be compatible with businesses and general land uses, or general industrial land uses. There are also nearby vendors that are similar to retail that sell things like batteries and auto parts. And also no concerns from city staff were identified through our circulation either. And next slide. So for notification, mailers were sent out to the 11 owners of the parcels that are shown in the green hatched areas above. Ads appeared in the Herald, and this is also advertised for the public on the city's website. I received no calls from nearby landowners or the public about this bylaw as of today. And next slide. So in conclusion, bylaw 6413 is compliant with all existing statutory and approved plans for the area, and a recommendation is on the slide above. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borland. Appreciate that. I know the applicant, Ms. Shafi Dyksleg, is here to answer any questions. Is that correct? If there's any questions, and you don't have to worry about coming up unless there's questions. But thank you. Unless you wanted to speak. I don't. Okay. All right. Thank you, Julie. Appreciate that. All right. Are there any other members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? And as a reminder, presenters will have 5 minutes to speak to the issue. For a second time, is there any other member of the public that wishes to make a presentation on this matter? For a third and final time, is there any member of the public which wishes to make a presentation on this matter? Hearing no other presenters, it is now time for City Council to ask questions. And I see that the presentation was done so well, there are no questions. All right. With that, I declare the hearing closed, and this matter may be decided later this afternoon following the public hearing. Thank you. Next, for bylaw 6423, I now call to order public hearing for bylaw 6423 amendment to bylaw 5115, the specialist offices plan regarding 1624 9th Avenue South. The procedure for this hearing we'll begin by calling on Kurt Fisher, community planner, to provide background to the case. Anyone else who wishes to speak to this bylaw will then be called upon. We'll then ask 3 times if there's anyone else who wishes to make a presentation. City Council will then have the opportunity to ask questions of any of the presenters. The hearing will then be closed. Consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council immediately following the public hearing. Now call upon Mr. Fisher to provide background to the case.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, and members of City Council. My presentation today is for both bylaws 6423 and 6424. 6423 proposes to amend the specialist offices plan, and bylaw 6424 is the accompanying proposed land use bylaw amendment for the property at 1624 9th Avenue South. Next slide, please. Listed here is all of the relevant information that I'll go over in my presentation today. Next slide, please. Starting with bylaw 6423, the purpose of this bylaw is to remove the property at 1624 9th Ave South from the plan area, and the applicants listed here are also in attendance today as well. Next slide, please. This map shows the location of the plan area that is to be amended. Next slide. Here is a comparison of the existing plan area on the left and the proposed plan area on the right, with the red arrow highlighting the location of the property that is to be removed. Next slide, please. So back in 2001, when the Specialist Offices Plan was created, it included policies that reflected the priority at the time, which was to preserve the residential character of the neighborhood, and also to accommodate specialist offices near the hospital. And it also introduced the specialist office district, which only allows for specialists and not for general practitioners. Next slide, please. However, since that time, we've heard from many general practitioners that they would also benefit from being located in close proximity to the hospital as well. And only 3 out of 61 properties in the plan area have utilized the PSO district, which is an indication to us that the development regulations in this district may not be meeting the current needs of the community. Next slide, please. Bylaw 6423 would align with the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan and with the Municipal Development Plan in regards to providing a wider range of economic development opportunities, supporting small-scale commercial units within existing neighborhoods, and also encouraging efficient use of land. Next slide, please. So moving over to Bylaw 6424, this proposed land use bylaw amendment would rezone the property from specialist office to direct control in order to allow for a counseling office within the existing building. Next slide. As you can see in the maps, the property is situated in the Victoria Park neighborhood and is located across from the Chinook Regional Hospital as well, as shown in the aerial photo on the right. Next slide, please. So the photo on the left here shows the front of the property from 9th Avenue South, and on the left is the side view of the property from 17th Street South. Next slide, please. So to provide some background, the property has been used as a medical and surgical specialist office up until 2020 and is currently vacant, which provides a unique opportunity to expand the medical services offered near the hospital. Today, the applicants wish to operate a counseling office within the existing building. However, the current PSO district would not allow this, so a land use bylaw amendment is required in order to add medical and health office as an additional use. Next slide. Here you can see a comparison of the redesignation of land use, going currently from specialist office, as seen on the map on the left, to direct control, as seen on the right. And as you can see, the property is surrounded by a mixture of land uses, including public building, lower density residential, neighborhood commercial, and also a handful of properties zoned to direct control. Some of these do include medical offices. Next slide, please. So the area around the Chinook Regional Hospital is unique in our city, as it provides unique opportunities for medical professionals in our city. And this proposed DC bylaw would allow a broader range of medical practitioners to locate near the hospital, but would also maintain the flexibility for medical and surgical specialist offices in the future if needed. And it also would respect the scale and the impact to the surrounding residential uses. And no servicing or infrastructure concerns have been identified by city staff. Next slide, please. The proposal is in alignment with the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, again, in regards to providing an appropriate mix of land uses and also a wider range of economic development opportunities. Next slide. In addition, the bylaw is also in alignment with our policies in our municipal development plan in regards to removing redevelopment barriers and making efficient use of existing infrastructure. Next slide, please. So the applicants did host 2 open houses back in August, and four neighboring landowners were in attendance, and they were all in support of this proposal. I did send notification letters out to the 31 adjacent landowners, as shown in the green hatched areas on the map, and advertisements also appeared in the Lethbridge Herald and on the city's website as well. And as of today, I've received 1 general inquiry phone call, and I clarified the proposal to them, and they had no further concerns. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, both bylaw 6423 and 6424 align with all of the relevant statutory plans, and they would provide the opportunity to increase medical services near the hospital. Next slide. And our department's recommendation is that council consider this as information for the public hearings. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fisher. Appreciate it. And I do have Mr. Dolka here to make a presentation. Feel free to come up to the mic.
Hello, everyone. Mayor Hagan and council members. As was said, I'm Donna Stodolka. I'm not here alone today. My business partner and counseling partner, unfortunately, is not here with us. Her name is Dawn Davidson. She had to rush up to Edmonton because her mom is end of life right now, and so unfortunately she couldn't be with us. But her husband, Roy Davidson, is right here, and my husband, Blaine Stadolka is here. All right, what I'd like to do is give you just a little background on who I am, who Dawn is, and then just jump into why we're passionate about this particular location. And Kurt tells me I have about 5 minutes, so I'm going to do my very best. Okay, our counseling practice is named Compassion Pathways Counseling. We have an established website, and we also have business cards, and I do want to pass out business cards. So I'm just going to... Just in case you do. Hi, Belinda. No, because our business cards really do, they actually have a picture of the house on them, and they do represent just a good feel for who we are. Anyways, Dawn has been practicing in Pincher Creek since February of this past year, and she works mostly with couples and individuals. I have been getting ready myself, getting my certification and getting ready to go. And I will be practicing out of my home until we have a location, hopefully this location. I am a retired teacher. I have been teaching for 33 years with the Lethbridge School Division. And in the last 5 years of that time, I was working with youth, working with middle school students as well as elementary students as a counselor, and thoroughly enjoyed it. The reason that I retired is mostly because I want to be able to help children, youth at just a deeper, more meaningful level that can be more sustainable. Dawn and I both have our Masters of Counseling. We're both Canadian certified counselors through the Canadian Counseling and Psychotherapy Association. We are lifetime friends. We've always had a passion to set up a counseling practice together, and we do believe that we have something meaningful that we can bring to our people of Lethbridge as well as families especially. I mentioned myself, 33 years as a teacher and counselor. Dawn has extensive experience working in ministry. She got her Master's of Divinity, I think 10 years ago, and worked as in a chaplaincy program at Lethbridge Correctional, and just had a passion for people who are marginalized, who are struggling. And since then, she went back and got her Master's of Counseling degree, and like I said, set up a practice in Pincher Creek. Now, I'm not going to tell you all of our counseling modalities, but I am going to tell you why we're passionate about this location. We've fallen in love with the maturity of the area, the vintage homes that are there, and just the diversity of the families that are there. We know that we're across from the hospital, which gives us unique opportunities. There's also parks in the area, schools in the area, medical clinics all around that area, the drugstore, the ice cream shop, the pub. There's a church, I think, down and around the way. There's also a psychologist clinic there, Mountain Ridge Health Center, which we've been in touch with, talked with them, and plan to work with them. We believe that the proximity to the hospital is a benefit, obviously for us, but for the healthcare workers there. Dawn is well-versed in how to treat and work with people with compassion fatigue. And we do know that our healthcare system we're overwrought and overwhelmed. And so her plan is to run groups that support people struggling with compassion fatigue. For me, I, of course, work with children and youth. And my goal is to also work with parents with struggling youth. And we do know that many struggling youth come into that ER every day. And a number of years back, Blaine and I were personally very thankful for the hospital and for the services there. But we do know now that there's just a lot of youth struggling and parents who need support. I also want to recognize that this particular house was Dr. Edwards' clinic. He was a child psychiatrist with our city, and he was a giant in our eyes with Lethbridge School Division. When we lost him at the beginning of COVID, it was a huge blow. And even when I step into that house and sit at his desk, I realize just the magnitude of the person that we lost. And we lost the camp program at the hospital as well, and we are in dire need of extra help for our kids and youth. I'm just going to read. We've also met, I want to mention Dr. Dagnoni next door. He is welcomed us with open arms, and this particular house does share the parking lot with him, and we will continue to work on parking arrangements with him and snow removal and all the needs that are there. Our vision is healing is a journey that you don't have to take alone. Our mission is wisdom and science teach us that we heal and thrive in growth-fostering relationships. It is messy and it is complicated, but it is also wonderfully human. We aspire to journey alongside our clients, offering unwavering compassion, fostering their personal growth, and guiding them to discover their strengths and abilities. Within the uniqueness of each client's family and cultural context, we are committed to supporting and enabling our clients to regain control over their lives. It is our mission to aid them in finding their equilibrium, voice, and a meaningful, purposeful, and productive life. I just want to thank you so much for your time, and I'm open to answering any questions if you have any questions. I also want to thank Genesis and Kurt, who've been amazing in helping us navigate this rezoning process, and they were there for the open houses as well. They've been nothing but patient, kind, and they know their stuff. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dolka. Are there any other members of the public that would like to make a presentation on this matter? For a second time, are there any members of the public that would like to make a presentation on this? And for a third and final time, are there any members of the public that would like to make a presentation on this matter? Hearing no other presenters, it's now time for council to ask questions of the presenters. I see no questions, but I'm going to just make a comment. When you came, great presentation, by the way, Mr. Dolka, and it definitely takes, I want to thank you because the support for children and youth in our community, we know we talk quite often, and we're trying to advocate for, even additional child psychiatrists, and the work now is so much more difficult than I think it was at one time. And so thank you for that. It takes a very special person, let me tell you, and so thank you very much for that work. I want to make sure that I did mention that. I don't see any further people in the queue, and so hearing none, I'll now declare the public hearing closed, and the matter may be decided later this afternoon following the public hearing. I do want to state that 6424, that was on 6423, but we know we did the two together, and it's, Madam City Clerk, it's okay to be able to take those both as one. So thank you again very much, and we hope to have this dealt with later this afternoon in council. That's it, right? That's it. All right. Oh, whoa. All right. Okay. Okay, we're going to hop right into, and I'm not sure if my colleagues will remember, we just had a bylaw hearing here some time ago. And so regarding land use bylaw 2404 2nd Avenue North, 13.1, moved by Councillor Palladino. He doesn't know yet, but moved by him. All right. For a second reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6413, land use bylaw regarding 2404 2nd Avenue North, be given second reading. Councillor Palladino. Question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. And for a third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6413, land use bylaw amendment 2404 2nd Avenue North, be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Palladino.
I will call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Moving to 6423, amendment to bylaw 5115, the specialist offices plan regarding 1624 9th Avenue North, 13 point...
South, yeah.
South. Did I say north? My goodness. How did that doesn't even look the same. All right. We won't make it for the north. We'll keep on the south. That's okay. All right. 13.2, for second reading, be it resolved the bylaw 6423, amendment to bylaw 5115, the specialist offices plan regarding 1624 9th Avenue North, south. How am I reading north? Is there something at that address? South be given second reading. And can I have a sponsor for this?
Sure.
Councilor Dodic? All right.
Dodic. Dodici.
31 notifications, 4 neighbors showed up, all in support, 1 general inquiry that was satisfied. Enough said.
Enough said. All right, with that, question has been called. All in favor? All right. And for a third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6423, amendment to bylaw 5115, the special offices plan regarding 1624 9th Avenue South, got it right, be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councilor Dodic.
Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. No, this is the second. We do this again too, right?
Yeah, you have to do that one.
And now the bylaw for 6424, a land use bylaw amendment regarding 1624 9th Avenue South. Given second reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6424, land use bylaw amendment regarding 1624 9th Avenue South, be given second reading. And Councilor Dodic.
Same debate.
Same
Call the
debate.
question.
Question's been called. All in favor? It's unanimous. And for a third reading, be resolved the bylaw 6424, land use bylaw amendment 1624 9th Avenue South, be given third reading, and mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same.
Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Two bylaws first. Moving on, 6426, 2024 incentives for prepayment penalty and tax deferral from Councilor Dodic, be resolved that bylaw 6426, 2024 incentives for prepayment penalty and tax deferral be given second reading. Councilor Dodic.
Oh, yes, thank you. Since we have to enact this before the end of the year, I hope I get council support. This bylaw establishes the prepayment rate and the arrears penalty rate effective January 1, 2024. This is for non-tip payments where you get, in this case, a 2% discount on prepayment. Current penalties on outstanding tax balances will remain as follows: 7% on the 29th of June, then 1% for each month thereafter, for a total of 12% over the year. No change to the arrears of penalty rates, and for anyone who's interested, those penalty rates are, not too surprisingly, 12%. So the tax manager actually has discretion, huge discretion, to be able to write off a certain amount in penalties of $20 or less. I would ask for council support.
Question has been called. All in favor? And that does pass. And for a third reading, be it resolved bylaw 6426, 2024 incentives for prepayment penalty and tax deferral be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councilor Dodic.
Yes, I'd like to read that back.
Question's been called.
All those
All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you.
Holy.
Right. From Councilor Schmidt-Rempel, bylaw 6428, increase of parking fines traffic bylaw amendment. For a second reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6428, increase of parking fines traffic bylaw amendment be given second reading.
So these changes were recommended during the engagement and consultation with representatives of the Downtown BRZ and the Heart of Our City Committee as per direction of Economic SPC of February 15th, 2023. Increased parking fines from $25 to $40 with $20 reduction for early payment for paid parking in the downtown core, and from $25 to $50 for all other offenses with an early reduction of $15 and an early reduction period from 7 days to 10 days. And if there are no questions from my colleagues, I will call for the vote.
Question has been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. And for third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6428, increase of parking fines traffic bylaw amendment be given third reading, and mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councilor Schmidt-Rempel.
I will call for the vote.
Question has been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. All right. We will now turn the time over to our Mr. City Manager regarding City Council and Administration 2023 accomplishments. And so the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really know how to clear a room here. Good afternoon. As we hit mid-cycle for this council term, I want to take the opportunity to reflect on the first 2 years and to highlight some of the, next slide, please, to highlight some of the successes that have been achieved. Looking forward, both council and administration have been working to identify challenges and opportunities in an effort to plan for the final 2 years of this term and beyond. Just waiting for Ryan to, not that one. Too far. Too far. There we go. Okay. All right. So starting with physician recruitment, City Council contributed $15,000 in marketing dollars to promote living in Lethbridge, targeted at physicians and other healthcare workers. The results? 500,000 impressions on ads, both online and in print media, 4,000 visits to our physician healthcare recruitment webpage, 33 web forms submitted for more information, and any web forms are forwarded to the AHS recruiters to follow up on. This campaign has been very successful in targeting areas of the country that train physicians and other healthcare workers. We're happy to report that AHS has been successful in bringing almost 24 physicians to Lethbridge, and we continue to work together to support those efforts. City Council's commitment of $1 million in cash and in-kind support was a key piece in Lethbridge securing the 2022 Tim Hortons Brier. Sport Tourism Canada conducted a study on the economic activity generated by that event here in Lethbridge. Their report showed that approximately $16.8 million in economic activity in the Lethbridge area. This is a huge return on investment for our community. When residents were asked if they support Lethbridge in continuing to attract national and international events to the city, there was an overwhelming 90% agreement. In October, we celebrated 6 months with the new Curbside Organics program. Approximately 85% of residents have participated in the program. 4,000 tons of organic waste has been diverted from our landfill, which equates to an average of 120 kilograms per household. The city also launched the Lethbridge Loop app ahead of Curbside Organics to help residents remember what cart goes out when. And to date, the app has more than 14,000 downloads. We know that the social issues our community has faced over the last several years are complex and require the efforts of many stakeholders and different levels of government. But City Council should be proud of the things that have been accomplished in the last year to support our vulnerable population, including the encampment strategy, the shelter development strategy, shelter rezoning to allow for expanded capacity, review of municipal housing strategy and community well-being and safety strategy, which is underway, and rezoning for several properties to accommodate affordable housing projects. We recognize that there's more work to be done, and we'll continue to build on these accomplishments. This includes the decision by City Council today to establish the task force. Festival Square has been a hub of activity since its grand opening in June 2022. In 2022 and 2023, there have been 140 events held in Festival Square. The Downtown BRZ has done an amazing job programming the space through all the seasons. Some of those activities include fundraisers, concerts, theater performances, outdoor movies, fashion shows, pancake breakfasts, markets, roller skating, dance classes, ice skating, and much more. All these contribute to the revitalization of our downtown core. After 3 consecutive years of no tax increases from 2020 to 2022, Council faced a daunting task of approving a new 4-year operating budget. Council prioritized community safety and well-being while minimizing the tax impact on residents. This included the addition of 22 police officer positions for the Lethbridge Police Service, as well as 13 additional fire and emergency services personnel. Because residents highly value our parks, Council allocated more resources to better support the maintenance and growth of our parks and green spaces. Another significant accomplishment is that for the first time, the capital and operating budgets are now aligned with Council's term. In 2022, the city added a live chat function to our city website, which allows residents to chat with our 311 customer service specialists online. In the last year, there have been nearly 8,200 chats completed, providing another channel for residents to get program and service information from the city. The new city website went live in April 2023. The project streamlined content from 2,000 pages to just 400, making the site easier to navigate. Automated subscriptions to news articles, getting accurate information to more residents and creating efficiencies. Improved accessibility, making city information more readily available for all, and enhanced cybersecurity. Since the new site launched 7 months ago, we've already seen more visits than we typically saw in a full year with the old website. With more than 300 standards to follow, the EMS accreditation process measures the quality of service delivery in this vitally important area. I'm extremely proud to say that in 2023, Lethbridge Fire and Emergency Services has met and exceeded these expectations, receiving accreditation with commendation and an A+ score from Accreditation Canada. The expansion of the fee assistance program to include both recreation and culture activities as well as transit passes has helped more residents to access these valuable services. We've also made some significant facility improvements over the last 2 years, some of which are listed on this slide that you can read for yourselves. Recognizing the challenges in recruiting and retraining a stable workforce, we embarked on a recruitment campaign entitled For the Love of Lethbridge. This has helped with our hiring efforts, particularly in hard to recruit positions and with our seasonal recall. As a bonus side effect, For the Love of Lethbridge is also helping to build our culture of public service, tapping into the reasons why we love working for the city of Lethbridge. We introduced group purchasing organizations, or GPOs. Group purchasing is a process which allows public sector entities to come together for the purpose of purchasing goods and services while leveraging the volume of its member group to obtain purchasing power. Group purchasing allows the buyer to maximize value without sacrificing the service level. To date, it's estimated that in 2023, the city has saved nearly $1.5 million through this approach, with impact across all departments. 7 more projects are planned across several departments within the city. And there's no better way to understand the immense amount of work happening at the city and to feel the pride behind that work than to hear it directly from our staff. With that, I'd like to share a short video that compiles some of the many successes worth celebrating in the first 2 years of council's term.
Thanks to new technology, training, and the hard work of our members, our cardiac survivability program is saving more lives in Lethbridge.
In 2022, we engaged with the public and stakeholders to come up with a new transportation master plan.
With council's direction, we made service level changes to snow and ice control, which included plowing to the right of 28 kilometers of roadway.
We celebrated the grand opening of Phase 2 of Legacy Park, including the Spray Park, the Discovery Playground, the Pavilion, and the picnic shelter.
We established the Emergency Services IT group to enable us to better support the fire department and the 911 dispatch center, the PSCC, with all of their technology needs.
More than 1,400 residents gave us their 2 cents on the 2022 operating budget survey.
Supported by federal funding, the Clean Energy Improvement Program has been a huge success, building up a waiting list of participants 1 week after it opened.
We hosted the Alberta Treaty Hockey Games.
To support the staff and the community in managing change, the City of Lethbridge certified 13 staff members in ProSci change management practices.
We laid the groundwork and built the relationships to prepare for the launch of the industrial, commercial, and institutional recycling and organics program.
Lethbridge Airport celebrated its grand opening following $25 million of upgrades and renovations done to the terminal building, airfield, runways, and water lines. We've added 311 chat to our website at lethbridge.ca, and now you can chat with our customer service specialists about our programs and services.
Lethbridge won the Best Tasting Water Award for the 2022 American Waterworks Association's Western Canadian Conference.
Our workforce has completed 5,830 courses, so on average that would be about 3 courses per employee.
The Lethbridge Airport is home to site-specific public art designed by local artists and installed to welcome visitors to the territory.
This piece behind us, called This Is Home, is by Blackfoot artist Haley Heavyshield and welcomes everyone to Sikokatoki.
We worked with the federal government to secure funding to install EV chargers throughout the city.
We celebrated the completion and opening of the new Park and Bark off-leash dog park in North Lethbridge.
The Treasury and Financial Services Department recently received the Triple Crown Award from the Government Financial Officers Association.
This is for the city's annual report, popular report, and multi-year budget.
In consultation with our public and key stakeholders, we managed to develop a very meaningful strategic plan that would carry us for the next 4 years.
We installed 2 permanent crosswalks in downtown, celebrating and honoring LGBTQ+ and transgender communities.
Over the last year, we've been engaging with residents and stakeholders to create the first ever Victoria Park area redevelopment plan. Once completed, the plan will provide a vision and guidance for future growth and development in the area.
In 2022, the city completed the 3rd Avenue reconstruction project along with Festival Square. This new community space has added vibrancy and activity into our downtown core.
We put smiles on more than 2,500 faces by planning and hosting the Big Truck Petting Zoo.
Our Public Safety Communications Center has been accredited with the Dispatch Center of Excellence, making it one of 63 in the world.
Here we are in Shearing Industrial Park, where we launched broadband services in 2022 to all businesses in the park.
Fire Station 5 is home to 3 pieces of public art installed by local Indigenous artists Rudy Blackplume, Margie Cropbeard Wolf, and Haley Heavyshield. Together, these pieces inspire our first responders and invite the community to learn more about Indigenous placemaking.
Councillor Dodick pointed out to me one staff person was in there twice, so note to self. So to wrap up, I would like to thank our dedicated staff and City Council for everything we've achieved together in the last 2 years. I look forward to the next steps of planning for the remainder of this term and achieving the goals outlined by Council. The team is here with me today, and we're happy to entertain any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brierley, and to you and your team. It takes quite the group to be able to come up with some of these answers to questions and the accomplishments that we've seen. I sit back and so often, I'm sure any of us around here or in this room, there's many challenges that happen throughout the community, and we always get you hear about the negative things probably much more than you would hear about the positive things. Imagine that, right? And but to be able to sit and watch some of that and your presentation, it's heartwarming to know that there's so many great things that have been done throughout this community, and it wouldn't have been done by these folks sitting around here. It's everybody within the organization and the city, which makes it a great place to live for sure. So thank you very much again to you and your team and to my colleagues and all of the work. I think we've something to be very proud of these last 2 years. So thank you. And you must have done such a great job. There's no even any questions. The taxes are too high. Is that what you said over there? No. Okay. All right. No, again, thank you very much, Mr. Brierley. And with that, I do have a resolution from Acting Mayor Middleton Hope. City Council Administration 2023 accomplishments. 9.1, be it resolved, the City Council received this report and presentation as information. Acting Mayor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship, and our compliments to Mr. Brierley and his staff on an excellent presentation. Thank you for showcasing all the good work that has been done in the city over the last 2 years. And if we have nothing further.
Nothing further, so as I take that as your question?
That is it.
All right, question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank goodness. Okay. Okay, Mr. City Manager, I know we're going to the inquiries, and I know that there's 4 on here. I know you addressed some of it in your presentation, but I know that there was something about electric buses, and I think Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, was it on?
Did we get the on the agenda? Okay, they're not even on the agenda.
Oh, it's not on the agenda. Do you want to just put them forward then for January? Sorry, that's right. That's what we were going to do. Is that correct?
Yeah, we can move those. I'm okay with mine moving forward.
Okay.
January. I would like mine today.
Okay. All right. Let's adjust. Yeah, go forward, Councillor Crowson.
Thank you. Even though I know we did get a bit of snow and rain, mine is a question I'm getting a lot of, and so I would like to put it forward. And it's concerns about water issue. We've been in a drought. If you watch what's on the Old Man Watershed Council, they are talking about drought in their videos. And the community has a lot of concerns and a great deal of misinformation. I know I've had conversations with both Mr. Brierley and Mr. Sanchez when we asked people to restrict water use in August. That was about the ability of the water and wastewater treatment plants to manage it, but everything's getting tied in. So what I would like with my the inquiry, and I know we have till January 23rd to answer it, to talk about if the predictions hold true about above average temperatures and below average precipitations, what issues might we be facing? So in what position will the city's water supply be if the above predictions hold true? Will we have water necessary for city use come spring if all of this holds true? Hoping here for a lot of rain and snow. Do we foresee the need for water rationing if water levels don't improve by spring? What policies do we currently have in place? Are they only for emergencies? Are there other policies that we should have for non-emergencies to encourage better water use by our residents? What are the best practices of other communities? And are we working with other stakeholders to prepare for possible drought conditions persisting into 2024 and perhaps even becoming worse? And like I said, those are the questions I am hearing from the communities or from people in the community in different ways. It's a great concern. I don't think anybody hasn't seen some of the photographs of St. Mary's Reservoir and the Old Man Reservoir. They are incredibly low. I know we have a couple of months usually with water use decreasing from agriculture, et cetera, over winter, but hopefully in January we can get information on this, get it out to the public, and start planning for spring. So that's the inquiry, and with our break now until January 23rd, I look forward to the answer then, or answers.
We've got that as in there, and also for increase. Oh, yes, go ahead, Mr. Sanchez.
If I may, I just want to add, we're going to come back as presented before on January 23rd, but I just want to do a quick reminder. We have been working in some of these elements for maybe over a year, and if Council remember, Councillor Middleton Hope had a question a while ago about different options in terms of water rationing or even to how to do conservation, water conservation. So we are going to be providing the response in January, but on top of that, we have a working group from several stakeholders from the city, communications, other departments, the environment, Alberta Environment and Parks, and we're gonna be, in fact, most likely bringing this as a standing item on the assets and infrastructure, because we know this is something that most likely could happen next year, and we want to make sure we give Council through the SPC the updates that we need moving forward. And we're going to bring options for Council consideration, and those are going to be presented starting on the February 7th, I believe it is, the first Assets and Infrastructure SPC.
Excellent, thank you. So more, I think I was going back to the whole xeriscaping, back to that time. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Sanchez. And we do have more inquiries from Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
So I will bring these forward with no expectation of answers until January as well. Looking forward, we saw the presentation and the good work that we have certainly done in physician recruitment. But looking forward to next steps, I'm wondering what we are doing to conduct research into innovative options that the City of Lethbridge can start undertaking to facilitate the establishment of new primary care clinics in Lethbridge and understanding what role the municipality might be able to start playing in making it easier for physicians to establish clinics in our city. So certainly looking forward to a report identifying best practices from other municipal jurisdictions, any challenges or municipal barriers that inhibit the establishment of new primary care clinics, as well as identifying possible measures to reduce or eliminate such barriers in our city. So that's the first query that I have. Following that, it's been great to see the new bike lanes coming along downtown. Questions that I've been getting from the community are how will the bike lanes be cleared of snow and ice throughout the winter? And will this reduce service levels in other areas of the city? Will we still be able to also ensure timely clearing of bus pickup and other locations? And then also, what education are we going to be doing for motorists and cyclists to be aware of each other on the road, specifically given that the passenger side doors now open into the bike lanes? So certainly making sure that passengers in vehicles as well as cyclists are aware of that hazard that might happen. Also following up on that is fire mitigation downtown, and I understand that this is something that the task force will be addressing, so I'll be looking forward to answers on. We're seeing a report of increase in warming fires in the downtown core. What are we currently doing and working on to mitigate this activity? And then finally, in recent news, a report came out regarding Edmonton's issues regards to the electric bus fleet maintenance because the company that they purchased their buses from has declared bankruptcy. Are there concerns that, are there any concerns here in Lethbridge regarding our fleet, and will this affect us in any way? And are we working on any mitigations, or do we have any concerns in this area or with this issue?
Thank you very much, Commissioner Rempel.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, and I know they will come back. Is there any of those that, Mr. Brierley, you have answers to at the moment?
Yeah, holy cow. I wasn't that loud before. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just to address the report aspect, there wouldn't be enough time for written reports, so any of the responses in January would be verbal reports. And the one I can address right now is the Edmonton bus thing. It's easy. We don't have any electric buses, so it's a non-issue here.
And
thank you.
I guess a question I'd have with that, I don't know if you answer this, I'm sure you probably can. We're using clean diesel, correct? Is that coal-powered buses? It's not coal-powered buses over there.
I'll let Mr. Sanchez weigh in on the details.
Yes, that's correct. We're using diesel buses currently at the city.
All right. Thank you. And do we have any council updates? I see none. So closed motions here. Well, can I do an update? I do want to do an update. It's not really a council update, but I'm going to squeeze this in because I didn't get it in for the kudos at the beginning of our meeting. Pete Anhold, our general manager for the Hurricanes, has left out to be the GM for the World Juniors. And I just want to make sure that I tip my hat to him and the work that he has done to get to that position, because that's quite a position to have, is to be GM over World Juniors. And so wish him all the best and hopefully a successful Team Canada run. Right up there. All right, so let's move to the closed meeting resolutions. Starting off from Councillor Dodick. Council deliberations regarding appeal of order to remedy contravention of the keeping of wild of domestic animals. Is that right? Keeping wild of, okay, bylaw. Verbal, 14.1. Be resolved that City Council confirms the remedial order in accordance with the attached decision, and the appeal of Gilles Leclerc is denied. And in the result, Gilles Leclerc is required to remove all live chickens from his residential property no later than January 15th, 2024. And further be resolved that City Council direct that the closed meeting presentations and discussion with respect to the council deliberations regarding appeal of order to remedy contravention of the Keeping of Wild and Domestic Animals bylaw. Verbal remain confidential pursuant to Section 23, Local Public Body Confidences, and 24, Advice from Officials of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Dodick.
Click, click, click. Anyways, just briefly, there is a written decision. It's about a page and a half long. It will be sent to the appellant. Also, the appellant will be notified that pursuant to rule, or rather Section 548 of the Municipal Government Act, he has a time to appeal the decision. So the written decision will be put on the website. It'll also be mailed to the appellant, and the relevant Section 548 that allows for appeals if you choose to do so. In summary, though, as the resolution says, based on the evidence heard and the fact that what was not taking place was a challenge of the bylaw, which has certain ways of doing it, that on the facts, the remedial order was confirmed and the appeal was denied, and he's required to move all live chickens from his residential property no later than January 15, 2024. Call the question.
Question. Oh, sorry, there are a question, and I'll start with one too. Just chickens, or is this game like you said? You have to remove all chickens if it is live. Correct.
It's in the freezers.
No, it's not. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Just as process to this, I was not able to attend the hearing on November 28th as I had to leave. So I will not be debating or voting on this, because if you do not attend a hearing, you are not permitted to vote on the outcome of that hearing. So I will be abstaining from voting.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. So with that, a question has been called from Councillor Dodick. All in favor? And there are no opposed. All right, thank you. Now we move to closed meeting, labor negotiations update, verbal, amalgamated transit union ATU agreement from Councillor Crowson, 14.5. Be it resolved that City Council, at the recommendation of the City Manager, ratify the renewal of collective agreement between the Amalgamated Transit Union 237 and the City of Lethbridge with the following terms. Term January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2026, 48 months. Wages effective January 1st, 2023, a 3% wage increase, full retro, effective January 1st, 2024, 2.75% wage increase, effective January 1st, 2025, 2.5% wage increase, January 1st, 2026, 2.75% wage increase, and establishment of 12 temporary non-permanent employees for term of agreement to assist with staffing and overtime costs, reestablish shift trades to assist in reduction of sick and overtime costs, agreement to work collaboratively to reach other solutions to reduce sick and overtime costs, confirmation of 13-hour spread time to maintain service and urgent need, establishment of various joint committees to approve workplace operations, add National Day for Truth and Reconciliation stat holiday, update to maternity and parental leave language, establishment of ongoing training required for new hires, and update and clarify pre-trip and travel time requirements. Further be resolved that Mayor and City Clerk be authorized to sign the agreement, and further it be resolved that City Council direct the closed meeting presentations and discussions with respect to the labor negotiations update, verbal, remain confidential pursuant to Section 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgins. So yes, thank you to Mr. Roca and the negotiating team for working on behalf of the city and bringing this forward to us. I'm a firm believer that a good negotiation is one where no one gets everything they want, but everybody gets something. And if you look through this, there are things that the city brought forward and things that the union brought forward, and this is sort of a blend of both. And I believe we have something here that will create 4 strong years of success within our transit department. I did a quick review online of what the national average base salary increases are across Canada. And in 2023, we were looking at 4.2%. 2024, we were looking at 3.9% predicted. We have come in under that, being very much aware of the finances of the city, and some of the other aspects of this will certainly help our economic situation as well. So I will hope my colleagues will support this, and I will call the question if there's no debate.
I see no debate, so question has been called. All in favor? Those opposed? We're going to, can we have a motion to go in closed from Councillor Croson? All in favor? All right, we'll be in closed. Do you have it?
I sent it, but I can show.
Change the motion.
All right. We do have a motion on the floor from Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. And that is item number, I'm sorry, it is, thank you, 14.8. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Yep, thank you very much. In light of the information and the letter that we received from the province of Alberta this afternoon, I will be withdrawing that motion.
And how does, if it's a withdrawal, is it still, since it's on the floor, we have to vote on that, correct?
Sorry, it was put on the floor, so everybody would have to agree to the withdrawal, or at least 2/3 would have to agree to the withdrawal.
By formal vote?
General consent, and if there's somebody that is in objection, we'll have to do a formal vote.
Is there anyone in objects to it?
To the withdrawal
To
of
the
Councillor
withdrawal.
Schmidt-Rempel's motion on the exhibition.
14.8.
Okay,
Nope, all right. That moves forward.
so
Thank
that's
you.
withdrawn. And this is Campbell.
All right. I do have a resolution from Councillor Campbell, Leopardton District Exhibition Project Update, Verbal 14.8, that council establish a council meeting on December 18th, 2023, commencing at 9 a.m. Further be resolved, the City Council directed the closed meeting presentation and discussion with respect to the Lethbridge District Exhibition Project Update Verbal remain confidential pursuant to Section 16, business interests of a third party, 21, harmful to intergovernmental relations, 23, local public body confidences, 24, advice from officials, and 25, harmful to economic and other interests of a public body of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Campbell.
Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? All right, it's unanimous. And if I do not hear anything, I will take it as a pass, Councillor Carlson. Yeah, oh, that's good. There you are. All right. I have a resolution from Councillor Palladino, closed meeting land sale extension 14.9. Be it resolved, the City Council approves a 70-day extension for the closing date of 217 12A Street South with the following extension terms. Condition date December 13th, 2023. Closing date January 8th, 2024. Additional deposit $5,263.70 non-refundable, and additional deposit will be attributed to the cash to close. And further be resolved, the City Council directed the closed meeting presentations and discussions with respect to the land sale extension remain confidential pursuant to Section 23, local public body confidences, and 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Palladino.
Yeah, this is the extension for the purchase of the property on 3rd Avenue and 12th, the Girl Guides property we rented out. Deal was made, just needed more time to close the deal, and I will call a question on that.
Question's been called. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Councillor Croson, a council procedural matter, verbal 14.11. Further be resolved, the City Council directed the closed meeting discussions with respect to the council procedural matter remain confidential pursuant to Section 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. Councillor Croson.
We got advice. It was good. Call the question.
Question's being called. All in favor? All right.
Mayor Higgin, there was an error in 14.5 earlier with regards to the motion on the transit union agreement. Wrong union number. So we had said 237 and it's 987. So if we can get general consent agreement for that clerical correction.
For the clerical, oh yeah, oh yeah, no, absolutely. It doesn't change votes. It's just we're accepting it. Okay.
If everybody agrees to
So I
the
agree
change.
with that, but it doesn't mean that I still that I
Correct.
support it. It's just the change. Yes.
Clerical correction.
Okay. Is there anyone against that? All right. Seeing none, we will make that change. 987.
Thank you. And
I should
that's,
have known when reading that because I knew that. But yeah, thank you.
thank you. That's it.
And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Take care.